Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. It's the first stream of the week. We previously had a public holiday here in Australia, so I was not live yesterday, but don't fret, I was working on the game. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. We've got Void Plane Games and Chartle, thank you so much for the sub, and Fun TV and Ngohuting Tung, welcome. Sorry I can't pronounce that name, that looks Vietnamese. Welcome. Okay, so today, man, hair's looking a little bit ratty, but I'll tell you what's up. So, I don't know what to do with the demo anymore at this point. I'm at a place where like I actually desperately need to be delivering it to the grant agencies, and there's only so much that I can do in terms of updates to the game, you know, getting to that point. Those updates, you know, in terms of priority are really more about stability than features. I don't really feel like adding any more features to the game is going to do anything for us. Although I will be adding more things to the game later. We're kind of in a bit of a funny sort of like suspended in midair point on IndieTales at the moment. Let me kind of, I guess, draw that picture for you. I don't really, man, it's a bit tough. Let me see if I can just like pull up a calendar. All right. There are a lot of things in my life that are happening. And for me, it's really important, obviously, that I give the right amount of attention to each of those things, because I don't want to miss out on any opportunities. How do you make sprite sheets? Hey, Enchanted Cloud, you can use Sprite for that. That's one part of what it's good for. That's like one of the reasons it exists, to export sprite sheets. Okay, so, I mean, gosh, the year is going blisteringly fast, and I need to be very careful that I don't accidentally just let the whole year go by, you know? And we could sit, you know, we could hang around working on the game forever, but rapidly the sort of like mid to late part of the year is catching us, and the end of the year is not far beyond that. So I think it's time to do a little bit of an update on like what we're doing, where we're headed, what our goals are, right as we sort of sit on the precipice here of the end of the demo period. All right. So the thing that is, I guess, most, we can break down the major things that we're doing this year. So we've got Insignia demo, Insignia production. We got contract game job. We've got PAX, GCAP, South by Southwest, These are all things that are coming up in my life. How do I use the export? I've tried. I mean, export is just Control E and then make sure you check output file. You can look at the tutorials for Sprite for this. This stuff's not complicated. You can figure it out, I promise. All right. So I've been working on the demo for ages, right? And we're in June already. I'm starting a contract job as of last week. Like I had my first kickoff meeting today for it, and that goes until November. It's not a full-time contract job. It's might not even really be part-time. It's more just a job that I'm producing work for over the next few months. I have requested doing it on stream, but it's possible that I can't do it on stream if they can't get the client to agree to it. So it might not be something that I can really ever show you until it's finished, which I would love to do, but you know, my hands are tied. So Insignia production, well, let me fill in the rest of it. So GCAP is in October, PAX is in October, South by Southwest is right after that. So this is a super busy month for me. Also, something might be happening for me in September that's going to be really fun that you all will enjoy. But I can't talk about that either. What that means is, so this stuff is all, let's make it like a little bit more red. This is going to be a wild card. We're going to do this in purple. Insignia production and demo will have the same color and they will be blue. Now, my thing is this. Oh, there's also some other stuff I wanted to do, like stream refresh. Stream refresh. Which is just like a totally different thing that's not necessary. It's just a thing in my life that I'd like to do. Just like give a new coat of paint to the brand of the stream and to my YouTube channel and that kind of thing. Maybe even like double down on like maybe we'll call it like brand refresh. So maybe we start doing TikToks, that kind of thing. I need time to explore that. And I was hoping that maybe this month could be part of that. Now that aligns really nicely, but we haven't considered Insignia's production. Now, production is dependent on funding. I can't really, I mean, I could technically, well, God, it's tough. There might be something like, oh, gosh, how do I talk about this stuff to you? Because I want to. There's our burn rate for Insignia's team is something like 10K AUD per month. If the team is part-time. That's what we were basically using as a burn rate. Okay. I've estimated that chapter 2 needs about 7 months of development to be finished. That means that chapter 2 is probably going to cost me 70K. Okay. It's possible that even without a publisher, I could source this amount of money and fund development and just work on it. Okay. Like I make, not per month, sorry, 70K total. It's possible that costs us that. What's that in USD? Like 40K. So over, this is for like 7 months. Over that 7 months, I'll probably make like 20 of that. $40, not 4. So like I could probably just bring in 20 of my own over that 7-month period, just because of IndieTales and the stream and everything else. And then I would need another 50 from elsewhere. Now, this contract is going to bring in about 30. And then if one other thing happens this year that brings in about 20K, then I could be funding chapter 2 now. We could be going into production on chapter 2 right now. You know, just full speed ahead with the team. Maybe we substitute in the short term. Can't the development be faster? It can be. There is a little bit of the 70K might be redistributed a little bit from where it was spent from the last thing. In fact, do you know what? There's also the grant money coming back. That's going to be 30K. So like technically, this only needs to be another like nothing. This doesn't anything extra is gravy. So actually, technically, with the contract and the grant acquittal, I should have the funds to just continue on with production without even a publisher for now. Damn. See, this is why it's really important. This is why it's really important. To do this exercise. Am I shopping for publishers? I am. Where we're at with the publisher conversation is I've got about 3 conversations that are stalled out because I don't have a demo ready to send to them, but I almost have a demo ready to send to them. Hey, Booyah Grandma. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. So then Insignia production, like we could just start it now. We could just say, okay, we're doing chapter 2. Let's go in. Let's dive straight into it. And that's going to take us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to take us to the end of the year, basically. Chapter 2. Because I won't be full time on it because I've got other things that I'm doing to fund it. That's the catch, right? As the director now, I don't get to be full time, which increases the cost, which then means that I have to be less full time even more to make the things happen. It's like we're trading my time and experience for the time and experience of the contracted team. But I mean, like the sound effects budget should be lower. The music budget is about the same. The animation budget might be higher unless we get, I might have add a background artist onto that. So this 70 could balloon out to like close to 100. If I add, there's also, oh my God, there's more than this. There's also scene graph, which I really want to push out. I really want that to release. Like soon, like in July would be nice to release it. Because I haven't had a chance to do any of that. So like you can see, I'm sort of like getting backed up here. The brand refresh might never happen unless I can pay for someone else to do it. But I'm in this problem that I have as a person where if I don't know exactly what I have to do when I wake up in the morning, I won't do the optimal thing, right? So I won't be able to like strategize this stuff and do it right if I'm not thinking hard about this stuff. So brand refresh, you know what? I've got a better way to do this. Give me 1 second. One sec. It's crazy. I've never in my life have I been this, like, certainly busy is a way to put it. Like, I'm certainly busy this year already. All right. So let's place this. We don't need June in this, everything pre-June. But this starts from here and extends all the way to November. We could even add a December in there. So scene graph is got to, let's just pop this back. You know, scene graph, I was kind of hoping, let's shrink this all down a little bit. Would fit here. Chapter 2 production would be, you know, hypothetically ongoing. What is this? This is contract job. Well, that's already started and is going until about November. Refresh would be something that I would do this month if I was going to do it. I don't think I'm going to get the time to do it. Question mark, question mark, question mark is going to happen late September. But then all of this happens in October. Something like that. So I've really just got August as like a year where I'm not getting shattered. If I was going to do Insignia production, I would need another, like, a chapter 2 pre-production period for like maybe 2 weeks. And I would need to be talking to publishers consistently throughout this period. I'd need to just have that as a thing that I'm doing. And this is where I struggle a little bit, because I don't know how to, like, this is something that I need to get to, but I'm not sure if I'm happy yet with the demo as a representative for that. So, like, if we could just talk for a second about what I would want a publisher to see of the game and what experience I would want them to have. I think that chapter 1 is, look, it's at a place where, assuming there are no major bugs, which, I mean, unfortunately, on the web version at least, there are major bugs that are crashing it. You know, we've got at least a couple of crashes that I can't even replicate on the web. Like, I don't even know how to make this happen. And if anyone's able to, like, play test the demo and get this crash and record it, or at least go into the inspector and show what kinds of exceptions show up, I can't fix it. But that aside, let's just say that, well, I'm delivering on Windows, so it doesn't matter what's happening on web. Then the question becomes, okay, what else would I change or add about the demo to make it what I would call is my standard? that I would want to publish it to see. I think the major things that we're missing right now in the demo, let's just write it down. It's important. What would I change about the demo before sending it to a publisher? For me, I think I can articulate what this is. I think I know what it is. I think this mostly comes down to a few areas. Okay, one is like, well, it's mostly one area. And that is game flow, which comes down to mix of mechanics over the demo, the connection, or like what's the word I'm looking for here? It's like the ways in which the utility of the mechanics to achieve player goals and motivate them through the world. The onboarding of mechanics and the tension. And the tension of players, of basically difficulty versus education. So it's something like this. The game has lots of stuff. This stuff could be crammed into a smaller area. The players' experience through the stuff could be more diversified and motivated naturally. There's not a lot of natural motivation to experience all of the content in the demo. That's the problem. There's this constant thing that I think about. I don't know what we call it, but it's kind of like there's tension in the game between what the game is telling you that you're supposed to do and the list of things that you can do. So for me, this is like, I think that this is not, well, Caddy Clouds is talking about what makes this fun. For me, in this kind of game, because it's an adventure game, the fun comes from being rewarded. This is what it is, right? It's like being rewarded for expressing for demonstrating the values that the game is teaching you. Okay, so that is exploring, talking to NPCs, crafting, and combat, and platforming too. So call this side plot. Now, all of these things are circular. They should tie into each other. And in parts of the game, I think they do. But I think that the fun of the game is dependent on those things connecting very well, right? I don't know how well you know the game, Caddy Clouds, but right now it's a lot of content, and the content the features exist, but what it needs to do is sort of take you on this thing where wherever you get left off doing one task, the next thing should pick you up and be motivated by the last thing you did. That's my contention that I don't think that I'm achieving right now. Not quite. And part of that comes from the fact that there's a lot of different things that you do, and so balancing it's quite difficult. And part of it comes from the fact that because it's a product of, being built over lots of different time, it's just not so collinear yet. Right? It doesn't all like link up very well. So right now it's like, well, there's this thing that you could do around this point, but like the game doesn't tell you to do it, so you never enjoy that. Or if you do stumble into it and you haven't done this thing first, you're sort of not quite going to make it. It's like the content is there for the right reasons in the right proportion or to an extent, but you're not gonna know to enjoy this content because the game doesn't sort of frame the experience in a way that motivates you to go do it. So for example, you get taught crafting and you think, okay, cool, crafting. That's going to be fun, I'm sure. And then you don't have to craft anything for a while. And the next time you do have to craft something, it's sort of like not super clear what you get for doing the crafting. Like, okay, I craft this thing for this guy, but then what's in it for me? So there's all of these motivations that we're talking about that should stack. And at the very top of those motivations is like the story and like getting to the credits. But at the bottom, it's like getting items, defeating enemies, jumping to that high ground. And those motivations don't stack that well right now. They don't naturally sit on top of each other. They're sort of a bit askew. And because of that, it's very hard for it to feel fluid. That's what I think. I think this about the demo. I don't know if everybody else feels this way. Not to mention that because there's quite a lot of mechanics, it's quite dense, the amount that you have to learn. So like it needs to be just, like it feels a little bit tautological to say this, but it kind of needs to be better in every way. Not graphically, like I'm happy with the graphics. I'm happy with most of the like level designs and that kind of thing. But the issue of the play experience, I'm not getting the most mileage as I can out of what's in the game, or what, if I added just a couple of things here and there, they might accelerate the pace rather than decelerate it. Just by virtue of being what the player needs right now. And I think that for a publisher to sign off on this game, they're going to need to get a sense that the game has, and I think this is, for me, the biggest thing. I need to prove that this game has legs in two big areas. To me, I see it as this. One is good storytelling, and the other is fun gameplay that builds on itself. That's it. So I think both of these are in jeopardy if this isn't well tuned. That's what I think. If this isn't lining up nicely, the story suffers, and the sense that the mechanics are going somewhere also suffers. It feels like a lot of disconnected things pulling in different directions. So for me, that's my priority. And I don't think it would be wise of me to enter conversations with a publisher until I'm at that point. It also probably wouldn't be wise of me to engage my team with more contract work until it was at that point. But that might be ultra conservative on my part. That might be too conservative from a business perspective. It might be like, well, Adam, do you trust that you'll get there or not? Should a publisher that that you are signing up with trust that you get there or not? It's like, well, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. Like trust is a commodity that I think you earn when you deserve it. When what you're demonstrating warrants that trust, then sure. I don't think that the game currently warrants that trust. It's close, it's not far, but I just don't look at it and say, wow, this is definitely, it looks like a game to watch. That's what I can say that. Like I look at it and like, wow, this game looks like it might be one worth playing one day. But sitting down and playing it, I don't think it gives you that experience. I don't think sitting down and playing it makes good on the promise of what it looks like yet, because of the lack of tension. Yeah, and it's not even necessarily about linear versus non-linear storytelling. It's really about, was it worth it for me to do that? Like when you go and do a side quest, if you get a lot of money for the quest, or you get like an item that gives you a permanent buff, or something that changes the way the game plays, or gives you a new option, maybe it's effective against a boss later to use the item that you got from that quest. All of that feels good. But if it's not clear what you got, or that the thing that you got was worth it, then it's like, well, it creates the wrong kind of tension. It creates like anxiety, because it's like, is it even worth me going down and talking to these characters? Should I even read this text? People fall off the immersion wagon at that point. And I think that this game has that problem right now. Partly because it doesn't have quest rewards baked in. There's no such thing as quest rewards in Insignia. There are items that some NPCs give you when you complete a quest, but it's not stated as a reward. The game doesn't say, when you look at the quest in the inventory before you complete it, you can't see what you're going to get for it. And I think that a game like mine, there are things you can do with esoteric things in a game. I think being esoteric is definitely a strategy, but there are some things that probably shouldn't be esoteric, and some games, depending on how they're framed, that don't do well playing into that esoteric thing. So for me, like, I think Insignia is trying to be more accessible than Dark Souls. So forcing the player to read item descriptions to know what things are, and to put together two pieces of information from two different item descriptions, I don't think that's where I'm at. And if I was there, I feel like the world would have to be so much less approachable in how it frames itself to the player. Yeah, well, Zelda has this, Zelda is a perfect example of a game that's like Insignia, and it has the same challenges to overcome as Insignia does, right? This thing of, it's all about motivation and purpose. Like, why do I need to do this now? Why should I be doing this and not something else? And I think that the goal of any developer making an adventure game is really to convince the player that they want to do the thing that you want them to do in this moment. That is the critical challenge. It's, how do I convince you that what you're doing right now is what you're supposed to be doing? It's like when you go into a cave in Elden Ring, right? The cave is not it's not the story. There's no story there. But you go there anyway because you think, well, I know that caves are where I get smithing stones, and if I go into this cave and there's a good boss behind it, maybe I'll get a lot of smithing stones on the way and a bunch of XP. I'll be able to level up, and that'll help me beat that boss, more easily. You sort of like can plan ahead. I think that's the biggest part of what this is all about, is players being able to plan what they want to do. That is longevity. Like, you will play the game if you have plans to play the game. And if you can start to kind of predict and preempt where your energy is going, then you can start to plan. And that's what gets you playing it, you know, the next session. You can't even have a next session if you don't have any interest in what's coming up. And for me, I think I'm losing some of that. So it's not a major change. It's really just about getting these things aligned at the right time, making sure the player is asking the right questions at the right time. You know, maybe it means adding 1 or 2 more crafting moments in the first town. Maybe it means having an item that is a key item that you can craft that lets you get access to a certain area. I agree with you, Zoronak, but I think that if you do that, you definitely have to give the player a lot of value. There's also some challenge that I have with the story itself, where I have some pacing issues that come from the way the game introduces the mechanics. It's major mechanics. There's tension with those things because they need to be in the story sudden, but for them to be sudden and something that comes late in the plot, which is what I've designed, that means that it's hard to anticipate them happening. So yeah, lots of little things that I think I could do a better job of that don't require a lot of anything. It's not a lot of remapping. It's not changing anything other than maybe making some level spaces smaller or adding optional level spaces off the side. I don't think it will require much change in the content in terms of the geometry of the game. I think it's more to do with placing, it's like reusing characters that you meet in one area later and having some quests that extend like some quests that the player can clearly feel motivation to work towards, that take a little bit more time. Like, and actually just overhauling the menu system, the quest menu. That just needs a re-looking at. Questing and crafting, both of those menus, the game never convinces the player to go look at those menus. And when the player looks at those menus, there's missing information that would create positive tension. Like, you can't currently see, when you're trying to craft something, you can't see how many of the ingredients you have. You can only see how many you need and whether or not you have them. But you can't see how many you have, so you don't know how many you're short by. There's rules like that I think they create they throw a spoke in the wheel. I also think like I could do more with dual, like quests that overlap. So like someone says, oh, please exterminate all of the blah blah enemies in this area. And then someone that says, oh, I'll give you this design if you do this thing for me. And then the design requires the drop from the enemies that you were killing for the other quest. So by doing one quest, you sort of have progress automatically in the other. It's just stuff like that. So like, it's not even adding any enemies. It's just, yeah. Hey, Caddy. Oh, thank you so much. That's all right. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's just like, how do I balance that stuff? Also, man, I feel like this demo is so long already. That's another one that I really struggle with. I don't think I can fit. I don't think that I can make the game take longer in this demo. So it's almost like I think that the plot needs to be a little tighter. And it's really hard for a game that requires there to be tension. Like when I reflect on, say, Lord of the Rings, the movies, the ring isn't introduced until after Bilbo's party. And prior to that point, the viewer is encouraged to just be comfortable in the Shire and to appreciate the world that's there. Imagine if the ring was introduced in the first scene, as in the plot, not just in the backstory, but like if the plot introduced the ring and then we had to go watch Bilbo's party and everything else. I feel like that stuff would feel like a drag because we'd be like, but the ring. Whereas the way that it is, it's like, well, we're all just enjoying this, kind of waiting for the plot to pick up, and then the plot picks up and then they have to leave. And in the book, there's a lot more time that passes between Frodo being given the ring by Gandalf and then Gandalf coming back and telling him that it's the One Ring. So in the movie, that's, 2 scenes apart. It's like basically straight after. And I think that's important because it creates drive, right? Like as soon as you know Frodo has the One Ring, he has to leave the Shire now, and then they're gone. So in my game, I think that the trouble is that, Armin wants to get out of here. He's trying to make his way to this place. The player hasn't seen the place. The player doesn't know how far it's going to take to get to the place. And then all the way along the way, I'm trying to stop the player to teach them something. And each time that happens, it kind of creates a wrinkle where it's almost like a tab, your browser, like a browser tab. It's like you're adding tabs. And you just want to get back to that first one, but you have to do all the other stuff first. I'm quite conscious of that. Yeah, I'm sure. I think by the time you get to here... Oh, Chartle, were you able to finish it, by the way? Has anyone been able to finish the demo? I'm not sure they have. I think it's finishable now. I think it's currently finishable. I don't... at the moment... okay. It actually crashed for me against Harriet recently too. So the current version has save states. You can play the game and jump in at different parts, and it'll save your progress as of last week. So if anyone is interested in doing a bit of testing, yeah, Chartle. Actually, I've had that same error too, where she crashes, she freezes, and then you can't hit her anymore. We need to address that. So. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit disheartened at I'm a little bit disheartened at the fact that the way out of this problem, there's actually like 2 possible solutions. And I think different people are going to feel differently about it. Like different publishers might advise me to get my way out of this way differently. So depending on the path that I take, it might be received better or worse. One of the paths is, what's the link? One sec. There you go. So one of the options would be just make it smaller, just shrink it, right? Just cut stuff out until it's the size that you want it to be, and then it won't be a drag, which is fair. And I continue to trim it. This has gotten smaller. This has gotten smaller. It's getting smaller each time. Another path would be make it bigger but flow better. So add the things you want to add and make them interlink better so that it doesn't feel so long. Like, I don't think Lord of the Rings feels very long, even though it's like a really long movie. I think having a game that was long that didn't feel long is better. But for a demo, nonetheless, I feel like people might experience this and go, wow, geez. It takes a while to get the hook. Which, I don't know what to do about that. Like, I'm happy making the game that I'm making. And I don't really know if catering to the psychology of someone in a demo scenario is necessarily the right path forward for the main game. You can't... Oh, press Z doesn't do anything for you, Pashley? Like, it doesn't... And you have a QWERTY keyboard? Like, Z is the bottom left key? Or are you from a different region? Oh, wow. And is it looking like it's doing something, but it's just not? Or you just need to click on the middle of the screen? Oh, Vim bindings. Ah, that might be a thing. I don't know about that. Thank you. All right. So, few major bugs that we've got. Well, do you know what? I think actually I need to... start thinking about this from a Windows perspective and not just a WebGL thing. Because if I'm going to distribute it, well, I mean, that's the question. Like, if I want people to be able to play it and I want to test it and I want the experience to be consistent, I think I have to pick one platform. Windows is probably the most stable. All right. Well, I'll switch over then, I guess, to Windows. That was always much more stable than WebGL. All right. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. Now, all that is to say that I need to actually get a lot of this stuff decided on. Like, Thursday is my last day. Like, I'm not working on this after Thursday. It's Tuesday right now. I'm not coming back for it in terms of delivering to the grant agencies. I'm just going to send it to them at whatever state it's in, because there's just no need. Why is that so long? But for publishers, maybe different. One of the reasons why I need to get the grant agencies to approve is because they're holding the funding, the last of the funding. So there's value in just like getting it out there. Because it means my obligations are done and I get to just move on. And of course the game's going to change anyway from when they approve it. So it's not like Steam does have the pre-alpha testing stuff. Yeah, I don't know how alpha testing works on Steam. I'm not sure about that. Like, can you have alpha testing that's closed? Oh, nice. It is playable on phone if you connect your controller. You should be able to do that, Willikers. Yeah. Hey, Diamond, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks like we could do it. It looks like we could do it. I might just take a quick break. I'm really tired today, and I'm supposed to be going to an event tonight. Mentally, I'm in a place where like I'm over it. I'm over it, and I need like a week off. But I don't have one. Like if I was like on the other side of having submitted to the grant agencies, if I'd already done that, then, and I'd submitted and it was all done, and we were just talking now about like future testing, this would be an easy conversation. But because I'm under the pump a little bit and I'm low on motivation, I'm pulling into burnout territory at the moment. And it's just to do specifically with getting this thing polished and ready to submit. So we had a bug where for some reason Harriet creates, there's a something that can happen where it just, she soft blocks. The game doesn't, but she does. I beat her without having to do the third phase. And then this happens. All right, well, let's figure it out. This is the 8th year of development. Well, it's past 8 now. Ooh, what is main camera light doing here? Is that just there all the time? That just causes problems? Okay. Do I even need this? Why is there a chapter card here? What the hell is this? What are we looking at right now? Why does this work this way? It's like outside of the engine. I don't like this. Yeah, I think the difference, that's the struggle with this is there is a difference between entertainment and software for utility. Like a service, you can launch and then make better over time. A movie, you can't release a movie and then expect people to care about it 2 years later after you've been editing it for 2 years. You know what I mean? You can't like workshop a movie that way. Whereas like a service, you can provide an MVP and then you can polish it, and the base experience can be enough for the players to, enjoy. And I think in a lot of ways there are some games that do work that way. Like Stardew Valley, to me, is actually an ideal game as software, because it's like it was like started as like a small thing, and then features were added iteratively while there were players, so the player base got to experience new features, new experiences during the game. It's almost a live service game, you know what I mean? Fortnite's another example, obviously. So most live service games are like this now. Whereas like a lot of single player adventure games, it's like you get one chance, and then if people think it's dumb, they're not going to come back. They're not going to say, hey, this isn't great now, but I'll come back and play it later. Especially if it's a story that's driving the gameplay, like a core story that's like a plot-based game. Very hard to get a second chance, because people don't want to like watch part of a movie and then reset, or start reading a book, get a third of the way through the book, and then have to start the book again. And that's what I'm asking players to do, even with the playtesting. Like I can tell that the enthusiasm of people to playtest the game a second, third, fourth time wanes. Right? So like, even me, like I don't want to sit and play the game from the beginning 10 times over. It's boring. And it's not that the game's boring, it's just that that's not the way that you want to consume that kind of content. Okay, so this thing here is really old, but I cannot change it. I imagine this is the camera that's moving here. And I imagine if I plug this into here, the camera will move. Nope. Okay. Maybe this is the camera. That looks like it could be the camera. So camera moves down. Yep. Perfect. Okay. But I don't see why we need the camera there at all. I don't see why this has to be here and why we can't just use a cutscene camera. Or like not even that. Like a camera that's just... The trouble here is that this is not a classic cutscene in the scope of what the game is. Justice for Phil Fish. I know, right? He was slaughtered, that poor guy. He was martyred for his views. All right. So what do I do with this? The problem with this cutscene is that there is there are some legacy components that expect the game to work a certain way, and the game doesn't work that way anymore. That's basically it. So everything's functional except for the camera. And that camera... camera is what it is. So this scene is going to have like a game system. It's not going to have an engine unless it does have an engine from the previous scene. But I don't know if it's designed to unload the engine when we go from this scene to that scene. I do have different save states for online tests. We're in a pretty good state now, I think. Maybe I need even more granular testing. But, you know, right now you have 3 entry points and you have your own save file. So when you play, now you can come in and start at the beginning, the middle, or the end. Or you can just start fresh. And you can also delete the save file and come back and whatever. You can test my game right here. So again, I think we're doing a good job. I'm gonna put some time into fixing this bug right now, and then we'll talk about it. So this has a cutscene in it, and it has a system camera. Ah, that's an example of a camera we could use. System camera doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be connected to anything. So I'm going to delete this one and make a new one here. That was smart, Adam. Very clever. So in the cutscene, we can drop the system camera on here, put an animator on it, and then It does, but the password's written there. Okay. It's right. It should say the word password. Now, the other problem is that this doesn't, I don't think this will automatically fade in by default. And I don't think that the end of this scene will do what it needs to do. If Harriet has 1 HP right now. Oh, that faded. But there's a property of that next scene where things are supposed to fade out, but we can't see it because the cutscene, we have the position that we're animating. Oh, this is, I think this is supposed to do something. I don't know what that was supposed to be animating. It's making something fade in. I think that's it's like a black shape. over the whole screen. You can change the keyboard settings in the game, but you have to rebind them. Okay, well, if I have a camera marker, and then I have a cutscene camera here. I wonder if that'll work. It's my new system. I mean, there's no harm in trying. It doesn't like that. But what is this about? Well, it doesn't have a fader. Why did I even bother? Why am I using a chapter card here? Like, what's even the point of that? Just to get us into the next scene? And then this cutscene camera, the problem here, I think, is that there's no... Hey, Blockhead, this is Unity. My hierarchy looks organized. You mean this thing? I have a script in my game that looks at the hierarchy and organizes all of the objects under different sections. So system is like the game manager, the camera. Level is any geometry or things that count as like that affect the level. So doors, that kind of thing. Sequence is any cutscenes. Character is the main character or any NPCs that are in the level. Enemy are enemies that just, they're there. Object are things you can interact with, like chests or this mini game. And then decoration is everything else. These should be. And it does that. It actually sweeps the game to determine those things. So as long as I have definitions for each of the kinds of things that there are to say, oh, this is an object or this is a character or something, then they'll get correctly placed every time I press save. So if I take like the main character and put him in somewhere else he's not supposed to be and then press save, he'll go back to character. And it'll create these headings if they don't exist. So I just press save and then it just works. You can see that in I'll give you an example. So let's go find a scene where I definitely haven't created anything yet. So this one here, this is what it used to look like. Right here, I've got some enemies, I've got some geometry. If I press save, now it's much more organized. I built that like 3 or 4 weeks ago. All right, so I have this problem now of like cutscenes where, you know, we want to do something animated, but we don't necessarily want Armin to be in the scene. Because I can put him in the scene, in which case it's fine. Like if I just put an engine in the scene and Armin, and then some basic terrain. Box collider 2D, make it a ground collider, put it, you know. Like that. And then create a cutscene that plays when you're inside of the box. Then it'll just be like normal. And that'll let me use all my other stuff. So you can use the real camera rig and whatever. Probably just the best way to do it. All right. Who's Jonas Tyrell? Throne fall? I've never heard of it. Okay, stuff's happening. Cutscene cameras at the top of the stack. Oh, okay. It looks interesting. Oh, have I seen this on mobile? I'm using Unity 2022.3.61 F1, which is I think the LTS version. Oh, it's ripped off on mobile. Right. Well, that makes sense. I mean, maybe I have seen his YouTube videos. Oh, maybe I have seen his YouTube videos. Is he German? Yeah, I've seen one of his videos. Yeah, I really liked it. Yeah, I actually really liked his the video that I watched. That's his game. I see. Cool. Nice. Okay, so what is going wrong here? What is the problem? What is the main camera? That's the main camera. Oh, it could be that everything's out of the frustum. Yeah, that'll do it. Nice. Gee, that was clutch. We're off center. Cool. Okay. Now, how do we get that back on track? I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is why you have marks rather than hard-coded positions, offsets for everything. Still needs to be left by a little bit. Oh, that could just be 10. Did I do that? Was I smart? It could be 20 and 0. Oh, please. And this is 30 and 0. Okay, well, at least that's something. Okay. And it seems like we should be going during this cutscene when they get hit. I can't remember what happens there, but maybe we fade out to black. No, I needed more time before I cut back in. Like that. And then maybe that needs about a little longer before we cut out. Up. And then we fade out. Like that. Cool. And then I can say here, at the end of the thing, we can go to what is this cutscene? What is this scene called? Emperor Dialogue. Okay, that's fine. Now, I mean, I don't have time to build this, but I don't like that we cut back to Armin at the end. I think I need an option here for like when we load a scene after the end of a cutscene. I think I need a toggle option to immediately load the cutscene rather than transition. So event sequence. Yeah, I need to be able to hard cut, because right now cutscenes will do their default transition, you know, at the end. That didn't work. Looks good to me. Why are we not seeing you? Oh, I have a door data. Oh, that's great. Oh, I needed that. Damn. Cool. This is all so old. So bad. I used to not really understand how to build editors. I might just have to deal with it for now. Oh, that's right. Because I don't like how Unity does checkboxes. It puts the checkbox on the right-hand side, but I want the checkbox on the left-hand side. So I just draw a checkbox without a label and then I put a label after it. Because don't you want to be able to run down and see them all? Because the problem is, if you don't do that, you're stuck with this situation where you need to, if this is this wide, you have a label, and then all the way over here, you have a checkbox. It's like, I want this to be right there. You know, I want the box to be right next to the thing that a scribe is, you know, attached to. And then I don't have to like try to draw a straight line with my mouse to get there. But they've got everything right aligned. Like even these, I would put them on that side. I would put everything on the left, but you know, it is what it is. So, you know what I'd love to do right now? I'd love to just quickly update this. Oh, there it is. Draw toggle property. That's what I need. Yes. So like these two, this nonsense could just be this and then this, and this could be that, and then this could be that, and then this could be that, and then I get rid of these two. Boom, boom. Cool. All right. I probably shouldn't be passing the name of the properties in here in case I refactor. But I guess that would need to be serializable property. Serializable property. And I still don't know if I'd be able to pass that into here. I might just have to deal with it. Yeah. Little bit annoying. So, right at the end on sequence player, load scene. If current sequence.scene is not null, oh, that's all I'm using? Okay, sure. Then load next scene. Then engine fade out is true. Okay, so if whoop. All right. Now, this isn't quite right because I've got this thing about quest banners. If you complete a quest, and it happens in the demo, there's a point where you finish a cutscene. That cutscene completes. No, I might not need to do that, Chartle, if we're transitioning immediately, because take control. This is mostly for Armin in the scene. Armin's he's gonna get rewritten anyway. He's gonna get reinstantiated in the next scene. So we don't actually need to take control or give control to Armin if we're doing it immediately. The old one, this? Oh, how did that happen? Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened then. So this is like, yeah, in the demo, there's a point where you complete a quest by doing a cutscene, and that cutscene ends with a scene transition. So the game goes, well, let's show the quest banner. And I think I wrote some logic here to try to make it wait for the quest banner to be finished before transitioning. But I'll have to revisit that after the demo. Let's have a look. Please, please, please. Damn it. It's sort of. Not immediate enough. I could just force it. That's the most direct load scene that there is in the game, in the engine. If I use that one, it's gonna do it. Hey, Forgotten 15. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's not easy, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, 3, 2, 1, boom. That's what I want. That's a real fade. Or a real cut, I guess. And then this one also needs it. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, down, 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 cut. Now, it would have been nice to fade in here. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you so much. It flashed on your screen? Eh? Oh, it's there. It's sort of there just in an instant. Oh, God. The transition clip behavior, when it gets to the end, it releases the camera. That's the problem. So what we've got is in our timeline. I mean, we could just fix this without having, well, yeah, the problem is this. When this goes, it fades out, right? And then it fades out, which actually we don't really need that. But in any case, the problem is when the cutscene ends, well, the cutscene ends in one of two instances. Either it ends here or it ends here. And there's a toggle there for waiting for the timeline or waiting for the dialogue to finish. Because this scene that we're looking at is black anyway, we could just end it here and have this just be what it's looking at, and that's fine. But the point of this fade out is that we're fading out and then it releases to the main camera. And the main camera is looking at the player character. Well, that's what it wants to do. Now, I could fix that by getting rid of the camera stack that settles on the action camera. So like, what this is doing is it says, hey, I have a set of parameters that I use to follow the player around when we're running around in the game. And I could just say, well, that's just not relevant in this scene. I could say, well, don't ever look at the player. It might cause a problem though when we do that. I could just do like this zone camera looking over here at max value over here or whatever. I could say that's the camera that is our base camera. And I set that by doing that. So fading to that will do nothing. But now my issue is, I guess I don't even really want to do that on this scene. I changed my mind. Hey, Chossinger. Well, it's seeing the health bar at the top that makes it a little awkward. Character design for free on a website? I'm not sure about that. Hey, Garbage, thanks for the sub as well. So, like, how do we never allow the player controller? It seems like I've got a lot of different criteria here. Hey, Alperp. Also, this stuff's not that important right now. What's more important is that this scene works correctly. Nice. Okay, well, I'll push that. Okay, still, the original reason we even came to this was because this scene had an issue. I think it was in phase 3, actually. Ow. 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 There's something here where she gets stuck. Is that what happened to you, Chartle? Where it might have been on hit confirm. Oh, nothing broke then. Hey, Void Plane, thank you so much for the gifted subs. 5 gifteds. Thank you, thank you. So how did it break for you? Oh, it's in Discord. Thank you. Thank you very much. Might have been a while ago then, huh? Damn. Okay. Can I not search just the forums? Ah. One T. Harriet fight broke after the first attack in the first bookcase phase. Yeah, that's happened to me before as well. Oh, I think I see what you're doing. I think I understand. You're triggering her. You were mentioning before, actually, that she can do her attack even though you're not on the same plane as her. I think that might actually cause an issue here. No, that didn't seem to do anything. But it does seem to be something. Oh, thanks, Danica. Sorry, chat. How? Oh, you can tell it's a link. Oh, did I not watch far enough? Well, I think consistently it's to do with her doing that move. Are you saying because of the generic IEnumerable? Oh, where? Oh, it actually does say what the exception is. Oh, wow. I've never seen that before. I've never noticed it before like that. Oh, it doesn't say the line of code, but it says what it is. So let's actually just look for it. I'm not consciously writing where, but maybe it's called from somewhere. Well, it's in phase 3. Or technically it could be phase 1, or it could be the base phase. You are implicitly casting. How do you know that I'm doing that? Where are we looking? This? What were you saying to... Or you could... Oh, you're saying the error here is an implicit cast. I mean, it could be. It could be. How would I even be able to check where I was doing that? Yeah, but I don't really do IEnumerables. That's not really a thing that I do. It might be that a link query, not this, a link query has one of them on the inside of it. So like, but this doesn't, I don't have link set here. I'm not using link here. I'm not using link here. I'm not using link here. Network information is not relevant. So like, I'm not even doing a link query. At least not directly. Let's go watch what happened again. Well, the thing is, she stops. So you interrupt her quill. She does her attack and then stuck. And she's not only stuck, she also doesn't take damage. No, like after that, you can't hit her. Like normally if something like this happens, I would assume, oh, it's like the logic for the character is broken. So like you just have to jump off and hit it and it'll like fix itself because it'll go into the stun state and then come out of it. But she's not even reacting, which means it could just be that the exception firing over and over again. The exception firing over and over again just means that the code that even checks the collisions doesn't get run. Because it's an exception that's like every frame. Some exceptions, you know, they like terminate the logic of they break out of the function. I mean, How? Well, the thing is, it's not a consistent error, so I don't even know what I'd have to replicate the issue first, and then I could step through it. Like that would have been it, but it didn't happen. So it's not that. It's not just that she's doing her move in state 3. Although I think that's what I saw. It was also that Chartle triggered her next thing here from while he was down there. I don't know. And these aren't the same thing. These aren't the error. I got it in Unity, I'm pretty sure. I can quickly try to run to it in WebGL. It might take me 5 minutes. Start the clock. It's 6:17:26. We'll start it at 6:17:30. Ready? It is possible to change the keybinds in the demo. Can I break this? Yeah. No. Oh, baby. Wow, that was interesting. Did you see that pot just doyoing like that? This is broken too. The symbols have gone white when they're supposed to be the right color. I gotta fix that. All right, that counts as part of my time. No, that was right. It's later. It's when you unlock one of the abilities. This part. That's supposed to be green. I changed it recently so that to make it more flexible, and I'm tinting them from white to their actual color in the engine, but those are just 2 instances of the color that I forgot to tint. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Come on, Adam. Ugh. Ugh. So annoying. Don't know why that happens. It might be that there's an early jump that's being calculated. I should check that. I can make a breakpoint just before the fight, but I'd have to rebuild it for web. Up today. I'm gonna take some healing just in case. Oh no. I can make it easy for myself if I grab this. I said 17, right? It's now 21. Damn, that was a long time. $17.30. That's 4 minutes already. I only got 1 minute? Oh, God. I'm still getting the cravat. Oh no, I didn't get the... Okay, I'm screwed there. I didn't get the oronite chunk. Yes, I did. Worth it. See ya. Whoop, okay. That's new. Oh, come on. I really have to fix that. I think I know what it is. I think it's something to do with the kicking away from the wall. That I need to fix too. Can somebody write down a couple things for me? Can someone write down a bridge too far? Ah! Table index out of bounds. This is what Swizz was getting. How do I find out what this actually is? Browser main loop runner. Saving game to player prefs. Unused serialization calls. Unused. False. Saving game. Invoking error due to a runtime error. Table index out of bounds. I don't know what that could be. Because I don't think that happens, like, if I was just to play the game. But it's specifically getting between these two scenes. It seems to happen a lot for people, just exiting this scene or entering this scene. Again, just on web. No, it's nothing like that. I mean, I can set up the game state to be exactly the same. This is late demo progress. And late demo progress is reach the bridge mechanism on this scene. Yeah, honestly, no idea. Discover Crucible. Oh, hello. Whoa, that happened exactly once. Wait a second. What the hell is that? Combat bar. Get max. Oh, man. This is the health bar of this hedgehog, which gets enabled in this scene. This is just a regular hedgehog. It goes update renderers, and it goes get max. And get max says, hey, we need some sort of function call to do this. If we didn't call this function, which I don't even know why I have this in the game. Maybe this start never gets called on the hedgehog, but the health bar does. That hedgehog is part of a thing that turns off based on the quest state. How much time do I think I would have saved in Insignia's development if I didn't have to rework features? I don't know if that's possible to enumerate. I don't know how you would calculate that. You mean like if I was just a better developer? Yeah, so like this guy's, it's like he's not on. I guess I should enable him to begin with and then turn him off. Let's try that. Same exact everything. That's terrible that that's game breaking. Yep, and yeah, now it's fine. God damn. So how do I stop that from ever happening again? How can I check to see if this has been set or not without doing a manual? Hey, Sarama. I just feel like this will come back one day. Also, in your opinion, what is the #1 factor that causes features to be reworked? Do you think it's more of a programming skill related or game design thing? For me, I think it's actually like, unfortunately, just the way that life is. Like when you design, it's 3:33. Yeah, when you design something, typically what happens is you are trying to figure out a thing and you don't have full knowledge over what that thing is yet. You're trying to isolate a thing into a circle that's very clear, and the circle describes what's in the thing or what's out of the thing. Right? These are your features. When you're designing for people, or when you're designing anything that has multiple factors, right? It's like you've got this thing and this thing and this thing, and it needs to rest on all of the things, right? They're all dependent. The experience is dependent on all of these things working together. But you don't have the product yet. You're just like starting out. Well, you still have to figure out where to put your pillars in order to load the thing. So you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll put this here and I'll make it this tall. I guess I'll put this one here, I'll make it this tall. I guess I'll make it. And you make these assumptions that you have to make in order to test the thing. And then it comes out all wonky and you go, oh, I needed to fix that. So then you take it back and then you rework it until it's accurate for what you want. But that's not a mistake. Like in design, like in user-centered design, you factor this into the design process. You have concepting and you do user research, you do prototyping, you do additional research, you validate the research with user testing, and then you change the features based on what the feedback is from users, because ultimately knowing your opportunity and what the thing that you're making can be can only really happen when you've got a thing to test. And if you don't have a thing, then you're guessing. Now, if you're making something very simple, it might be easy enough to just sort of rely on experience or intuition. But I think any sufficiently complicated thing is going to require you navigating the space of value by testing different things and seeing which ones work. That's the only way I know how to do anything. Like, you just try stuff, you know? It's just that when it comes to game dev, we don't expect it to be like that. When it comes to game dev, we just expect that we just implement features because they take so long. I think that's what really kills us. It's like when the thing you're making is small, like let's say you're making like a Zippo lighter. It's like, okay, it has like 3 different moving parts. It has 1 chemical interaction. You got to store the lighter fluid somewhere. Okay, the artifact is quite straightforward. It has 1 use case, very simple. Once you have like thousands of things that you need to worry about, the human mind doesn't have the patience or the diligence or the, naturally doesn't have the respect for process enough to have the patience to iterate on all of those things. But that's what a game is. A game just is that. At least this kind of game is like that. So for me, it's like, I don't try to think about how could I have avoided reworking. I try to think about how do I get the most out of my iterations so that I do as few reworks as possible. I'm still going to do them, but how do I get the most out of them? Because otherwise, it's like trying to be a better student or a better scientist. That's the only skill I think you can take with you. Yeah, like it would have been nice if that didn't crash the game. Yeah, like it's unfortunate. Or at least I could have written this so that it didn't throw that exception. But I didn't know that it could throw that exception until I found a scenario where it did. Like that's the first time that's ever happened in the history of the game. And it happened because I had an object that was... Hang on. I had an object is null. Object is, disabled. Therefore, start function isn't called. Therefore, field is null. And then object enabled at runtime and over here, and then value is checked. And I guess initialization called later, or maybe we missed our chance. Like for whatever reason, this just wasn't populated by the time we checked it. That was the problem, because the object started disabled at runtime. You'd think that I would have come up against stuff like that. And I do, but like not that one, I guess. A lot of this has to do with script execution order. A lot of it has to do with like what runs first. Does the value get set before it gets checked? And unfortunately on the web, that's actually even harder to ascertain. It's really hard to guarantee script execution order, I think. Okay, so these are minor. This is that done. And then this is unfortunate, but I gotta fix it right now. I use Figma. So the other thing was when we're here, and oh, damn it, that sucks. Nah. Oh no, I just realized something really bad's about to happen. I'm gonna have to hard code these things, I think. When Armin hoists the symbol in the air that he unlocks, this. So this is a problem. In that it needs to be colored according to what it needs to be. This is ensign image. Ensign image. So that's fair enough, but he also kind of like does this. And this ability.world sprite used to be colored, but now it's white. And I don't think I have a color for it unless I hard code the color. But if I hard code the color in here, that's going to screw up a bunch of stuff. I could do this. And then do that. That's the best I can do. In fact, that'll work. It's a bit weird that I had to add a second parameter to a function that's never needed a second parameter before, specifically for one sprite in the whole game. But, you know, it is what it is. Wait a second. Did we get an error? No? Mate, sleeping on the job. Okay. Okay. Boom. Nice, nice. All right, solved. All right, I'm gonna push this to alpha. Actually, yes, I'm just gonna push it to alpha. I got 20 minutes. Why not? So now the only like major bug that I can find is that well, no, that's not true. There's probably a bunch of bugs. If you die with an item equipped after the last checkpoint, its icon will still be under your HP. Huh. If you die with an item you equipped after the last checkpoint, its item will still be under your HP when we load in again. This needs to be changed. Status effects? What are these called? I just call them effect. Not very good. Well, wait a second. Is this even... I think so. No. God, I literally can't. Is it this? No. Status effect container. I actually did call it that. So this is called on character awake. If Armin dies, this should get recalled. But maybe the thing doesn't clear. The UI. HUD status manager. So it's only listening for check for on equip or on remove accessory. And what we're doing is we're just overriding the system. So we're changing what accessories there are without using on equip or on remove, which is why it's not showing up. So I think we need to wipe on scene load maybe. Or maybe just on scene load refresh. Just check status effects. Chartle, is it the case that you didn't have the effect? Okay, so you didn't have it, it just showed the icon. So what we should do is on scene loaded, just check all of the accessories and check to see if they're equipped. Whoa, that was clutch as hell. Oh. The character is a child of a class called character, which all the other NPCs and enemies are also inherited from. Wait, why? What's the point of this question? I think I've lost the thread of it. Oh, in general? Wait, are you asking, but like, are we trying to solve a problem or? Oh, okay. One sec. Character inherits I disposable. Implement its own disposition. Do a null check for if character is not null. I mean, I just have a singleton that handles that. I try to have the responsibilities of a thing be as like centralized as possible, I guess. Well, I've just got a thing called engine, and engine has access to Armin, which is the player character, and it's just statically accessible, and it just goes, it just finds him by using get component. This is super crude. This is not how I would do it today, but it's just how it does it. It's never broken, so I'll leave it. So if I just want to refer to the character, there's an Armin behavior class. That's the class. This is the root of the player, basically. But character is state machine core is mono behavior. Huh? No, character is custom. Whoa! Wow! What the heck? That is a winner. That I've never seen that before. Some of the stuff you people find. I don't even know how I would replicate that. Actually, I do know how I would do that. All right. Right in the head. But like that didn't do it. Wait a second. Is he shooting? Oh, hang on a second. Wait. We getting barraged right now? Well, okay. 1, 2. It accumulates. It reinstantiates the pebble. And it instantiates an additional pebble for every pebble that's been shot. All right, well. Well, most of them moved, just not that last one. Okay. This is using an object pool system that I've used in the past. I built it. Shouldn't be a big deal. Martin Slingshot has an object pool as part of his behaviors. There is the pool at the top of his class. And the max queue size is 3. So he's not allowed to have any more than 3. So my concern is that this is getting called many, many times. Not that the function is wrong, but that the usage is wrong. This is why I need like a programmer. Like I can do this, but it's actually creating a full-on bottleneck for the project. Like the game is bottlenecked by bugs. And if I was free to add content and someone was fixing bugs behind me, it would be it would halve, like every bug would now be somebody else's problem. So it created 2 then. And it never called trigger. Well, that's interesting. Okay, how often is shoot getting called? Whoa, 4 times. Okay, well, there you go. So, why are we calling shoot 4 times? That might be a good place to look. Animated.frametags event.add listener shoot. So shoot is happening on his on the character's animation. So if we look at this guy, he's got a thing that says shoot there. And this is calling many, many times, which is not good. That should call exactly once. It's not a singleton. It's object pooled. So the animation system is maybe doing this like 4 times. The event is called just once. Well, that's good to hear. If the event is being called once, that's amazing. Your character is a singleton. That interaction isn't good. Huh? The character is a singleton, and that's fine. The enemies are not. The projectiles are not. Because they're not singular. Okay. Am I subscribing somehow to this multiple times? Well, he does have 3 or 4 different animations, like up, down, forward. This was supposed to protect me from that. Nope, forward, forward, forward. Oh, is that right? Am I that dumb? Oh my god. Wow. Thank you. I could at least remove the listener when we exit. I mean, that would be a nice way to do it as well. Nothing wrong with that. And in fact, that would be really good because then I wouldn't even have to check if it was the active state. It would just be the active state. Nice. So we've got 3 pebbles, 4 pebbles, 5 pebbles, that's not good, 6 pebbles. Are they falling forever? Yeah, okay. Projectileable. What are projectileables? So he's a guy, he's got a pebble. We're triggering that, which is a, what is that? It is a basic projectile. That's not even using the pool. Is it? Where is the pool? It gets passed in. Okay. From what? There. Oh, okay. Well, it's not bad. And then respond to fade finished pool.despawn. So why is it fading? Time minus spawned time is greater than lifetime. And velocity magnitude is less than 5? Okay, well that's silly. This is terrible. This is just bad. It's just bad code. It's just hard-coded nonsense from a long time ago. But it shouldn't cause an issue right now because we're not firing 50 of these things at the player anymore. So I'm just going to move on. I can't solve it right now, but let me go fix it. It is a cool idea that it'd give them a multi-shot. Okay. Anything else? Jumping out of the climb refreshes the dash. And while edge grabbing, you can spam. Yeah. I think I'm aware of that. Oh. Okay, so we don't want that. But we do want that. Is this the ability? That has to be renamed right now. So I think we actually just let you, I think I just let you use the abilities at will anytime. Did you see that? That was sick. It auto parries. The backflip is a parry. The reason why that's the case is because we had to target him to enter the ability mode, and then because he was targeted and we attacked upwards, the up attack, this counts as an up attack. The up attack targeted him. Okay. So, I mean, this is okay. What? Okay. Well, that's not right either. Wait a second. Can enter. Ability states by scriptable. Can enter. Oh, there is a can enter. Oh, awesome. That's great. Okay, cool. Okay, and that's it. Done. Okay, so the answer is if we're on a ledge and we're not holding away from the direction we're facing. What? I really don't have an is on ledge. It's like one of the things that I would want to do with ledge control, with the whole point of this thing. Oh no, this is, it needs to be ledge awareness, I think. Or is it wall awareness? No. Nope. Okay, then it's ledge control. All right, well. I can check to see if we're in the state. if we're on ledge, I think I want to do like facing ledge. Oh yeah, that'll work. No, that's not the question I want to answer. I want to ask if our input matches the ledge direction. I suppose it's the same thing. Where we could just say, if we're on the ledge, and input dot x direction or x val. Okay. If we're on the ledge, or we're on the ledge but we're pushing away from how we're facing, then we can enter. Nothing. Pushing away. Also nothing. Well, I guess because we can't input an input. Yeah. You can flame charge. You just... good question, actually. Yes. You just have to be not grabbing onto a ledge. But I'm going to fix it. It's because this input is wrong. We can't poll this while we're targeting. Man, I'm starting to get bored of this. I think I did a specific target check. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, but I see. We're talking about whether we should enter one, not. I mean, I can check if input.get button down, get input down is in the direction. Like, what? No, not this class. No. This is kind of different. I need to check if holding direction we need to have like, I think we need something called like okay. It's all good. Okay. So let's get rid of this. And then say holding.x. Okay, so this is holding and that. Okay, now we're good. Okay, it's right. And if I'm not holding it, it does nothing. So as long as I'm trying to hold left, it'll do it. The problem is that it's ledge snapping immediately. And the ledge snap happens because we don't have time to get away from the ledge before we're snapping on it. So basically it's like, we're asking if we just jumped. I think just jumped is something that we could kind of lie and say that we just jumped when we enter the flame attack. But then we'd have to force jump ability. We'd have to break our encapsulation and say, oh, jump, we jumped. Hey, here it is. Which is not really what I want to do. Or I can just check if the state time, like if the current state.time is like less than 0.2, you know, then don't grab the ledge. Like 0.2 is not a lot of time. It's not very secure for a platformer, but it also should be okay. Or I can, well, the thing is, there are some abilities that require you to be on a wall to activate them. So I don't want to say that. Well, we're not, don't worry about that. That's ugly and will be gone when the game ships. But I need to specifically check to see if the current state, I mean, I don't want to check to see if we're using the charge. That sucks. We could check to see if the current state is an ability state. Hey. So you can jump away, you can do that, but you can't do that. Let's see what else this negatively affects. In a way, that's kind of interesting. I guess I would expect that, right? If I go up here and I'm on this and I use the wall climb ability again, what should happen? Right now, it does it again. And because we're outside of that 0.2 seconds, it lets us ascend. It skips the ledge, right? We could snap directly onto the ledge again, but it skips it and goes, well, it hasn't been 0.2 seconds yet since we started doing this. So it lets us go past the ledge and then kicks off the top. I mean, if you did that, but if you're right on it, probably doesn't feel good. But then what should happen if we use it again? Nothing. Oh, whoops. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, that can't be right. Wall climb should always work. No, if you're on the ledge, wall climb should never work. No, wall climb shouldn't be allowed if we're on a ledge. That's a different check. Why? What is Armin's state right now? All right. Okay. I feel like it would be nice to be able to kick right now, but maybe it should just drop you off the edge. You should just do like a kick off the wall. I feel like that's actually also pretty... Oh, whoops. Of course that's right. Oh, it was false twice. I could check if this history was... I could say like core.machine.history. That might not be right. Will I ever do devlogs? I have done devlogs in the past, Carla. I would like to do devlogs. I just find I don't have the time to produce them. And you know what? I'm starting to come to the realization that, like, particularly for this game, Insignia, I have a deep sense that people don't want to know about the stuff that it takes to make this game. I mean, I've made plenty of devlogs on my YouTube channel. You can see them. And they're like some of the least viewed content on the channel. It's like, I think that there's a way for showing how the sausage is made to be fun to watch. I think so. But I don't think that I can do that with this game. I can't make that content. Oh, thanks, Willikers. Yeah, like, for you who like to watch me make it, that's fine. And you're here and I'll be here and I'm not going anywhere. But for people who are like browsing YouTube, like I don't have the energy after working on this for like a week or whatever. I don't have the energy to like trawl through all of the code and the content and the video and smush together like something that's entertaining to watch and informative of the last 2 or 3 months or whatever. Like I just can't, I don't have the energy for that. I don't have the interest in doing that anymore. There was a time when I cared about doing that kind of thing. And I think I could care about it again, but it would have to be for a game that was so small that it would be done in like 3 or 4 months over like 2 or 3 devlogs. That would be the thing. Because this, trying to explain to somebody what I do with Insignia is like, man, what would be the exciting thing? I fixed a bunch of bugs. There was one bug that was like I'm not gonna do that. There's cool stuff that I think is cool, but I think pessimistically, no, that can't be right. I don't know. I don't have that audience to know what they would be interested in. I guess that's how I feel about it. Because on one hand, I think you can go entertainment, right? You can be funny. And I don't think that I can be funny about this game. And then on the other hand, you can be academic. And I don't think I have enough to offer that's academic. Or my audience isn't. I don't know how to speak to that audience. To be like, I built this kind of thing to solve this problem. You know, because it's not like a formula that I would be talking about. It's like design stuff, like tools and workflows. And I love tools and workflows. But I would need an editor for that. Like Peephole Circus, that would, I think what I'm trying to say is like my mental bandwidth to like do that is 0. I just have no interest in like taking notes on funny things that I'm doing as I'm working and like getting the time codes and like clipping together a thing. I don't have the time. I don't have the energy. I'm trying to like make a game, you know, run a business. I think I would be a good project manager. I was a good director for about 8 months. I think. I got told that working for me was the most fun someone's ever had, or at least the job that I gave them. The best job they ever had was what they said. I liked hearing that. It's soul-sucking going through it again. Like, yeah. Like there's the job of making the game, and then there's also the job of making a story about the game. Hey, my uncle's calling me. One sec, pals. All right. So has ledge. Okay, when do we set ledge? Is on grab. That's a good check. That would be a good check if it didn't also set this. Oh man, so poorly written. Oof. Sucks. Really bad. Hey, 40. I'd like to make a game, and I know that the visuals are going to be a roadblock, so instead of jumping into coding, I was thinking of getting a ton of the sprites ready beforehand. I want to make a small top-down pixel art game, but I was wondering, in terms of making sprites, do you have any advice for me? To be honest with you, I would advise you not to get all of the art out of the way beforehand, because I think that you'll find that working on most games, when you're working on them, are the kind of situations where working on the game means learning about what the graphics should be while you do it. You will learn a lot. Like, I'm working on a project right now, a side contract job. And in that job, the game that we're making is very straightforward. I could make it in a weekend or a week or two if I wanted to put polish on it. And it's pixel art, but I've only got a brief on how the game works. And the brief that I have, I know is broad enough that it could mean that the graphics might need to be bigger or smaller. And I don't know the answer to which one they should be. If the sprites should be like 60 pixels tall or like 200 pixels. I don't actually know because I haven't prototyped it yet. So in a way, doing anything more than an art test right now is kind of a waste of time because I'm gambling with whether or not the graphics that I make will be worthy, right? They might not be fit for purpose once I know what the purpose is. So I wouldn't do any assets unless you knew exactly what they needed to be. You could do mock-ups, you could do tests, that's all fine, but I wouldn't go through the trouble of creating all the characters and then start development. That doesn't seem right to me. Seems right? I don't know. It's not going to work. Because this is a sub-state. Once I start wall jump, we go into a different state. So I can't check. Every one of those steps should have a can jump method. But no, there should be one can jump method that everything has access to. But that's not it's not, hey, Sidot, it's C#. The thing is, it's not about whether or not we're allowed to jump. It's about whether or not we're allowed to grab onto the wall. And that is owned by ledge control. Hey Swizz, I think I fixed your bug, by the way. So this there says, is the deep state an ability? It's the ability, and even that's not going to work. Oh, yes, it will actually. Should be live actually, assuming nothing broke. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Oh my God. A community project? Maybe. That'd be fun. There we go. But he should do the other version. Should be wall jump. So if we didn't hit a wall, oh my gosh, if hit wall, snap to wall. Else, if we didn't hit a wall, do this. If has ledge, do this. If not, do this. Okay. Annoying. Oh, because that's not a wall. That's just a ledge. Oh my gosh. I don't know, Russellmania. Do you like girls? I'm married to one. Can you believe it? Look at that. She put a ring on it. Okay. Okay, one more time. Okay. No. Why is that so bad? Oh, because I'm not grabbing onto that. I'm grabbing onto... Oh, I can't even tell anymore. Anyway, I think I'm just going to forgive that. I'll solve that later. I'd love to buffer these as well. That'd be really good, but it's starting to get a bit late today and I gotta head off. All right. So I don't know what to do. This is what I was afraid of. Like I could just sit here fixing little things, fixes ledge interactions that come up in the bug tests, or I could be like trying to fix. There is coyote time and there is can jump willikers. They just don't. Those just weren't relevant to what I was trying to do just then. Look at this. See that? That's coyote time. Ready? I'll show you again. As you run. You see that? It's there. There is a can jump. I'm sure. Well, either way, there is a jump buffer. and there's a grounded check. So you don't have to worry about, like, these are things that I implemented in like the first year of working on the game. Can you jump mid-ability? No, of course not. You can't jump out of this. You can jump out of that, but I want you to be able to do that. That's by design. And you can't jump. You're asking if you can jump out of this? No, you can't jump out of that. But like, I wish I could explain like you can't jump out of this even if you're grounded. Because it's not as simple as, like, setting flags is one thing, but this is like, what I'm really doing now is like, I have a tree of like dozens of behaviors that the character can be doing, right? And that tree has so many different states to it. And whether or not you can jump at any given time is not something that we should just set a Boolean flag to true or false. Because it's different for each of these different circumstances. And having a can jump function in each of these different circumstances is also not really what I want to be doing. So instead, like, the ability for you to jump is basically just like locked off at a certain branch. So in this case, like if you're doing a special ability, your ability to just jump as you normally would, your ability to just jump is just not, it just doesn't exist in this branch. And then inside of this branch, separately, I might re-implement the jump capacity by calling code that's over here and saying, oh, like in this specific example, for these animation frames of this animation within this state, if you press the jump button, pretend we can jump. But like the rest of it's not. That code doesn't get run because we're in this branch normally. It's just stuff like that. Like I'm mostly checking for stuff I'm mostly like checking whether or not even that. It's like when everything's in a tree, when you have a big state machine like this, that's a hierarchy, you don't need to check certain things. Like the code that you have to deal with because you're inside of a state machine, I basically break it down into like sensors and then like, actuators or whatever. So whether or not we're grounded, okay, that can be checked by every single state in the tree. Everything can check whether or not we're grounded. So whether or not we're allowed to jump is always going to be based on whether or not we're grounded. But the state system is so much more complicated than like, it's not something that I can just, in the service of trying to have as few states as possible and to also implement the same thing as few times as possible, there's a little bit of like acrobatics I have to do with the code to make the game play the way you'd expect it to. That's literally all it comes down to. It's not as simple as, oh, just like use this data structure or just like implement this function. Because like, yeah, maybe that function is implemented, but like 3 times in 4 different places that cover 12, contexts in one instance, and then like 2 other contexts in another instance. And then the third instance is slightly different. So it's mostly the same. It's like lots of stuff like that because it's a player character in a video game. It's not like a, it's not as like, this is the state system. This is the state tree for the character. This is all the things the character can do. And they're unique. Like these are different states that the character can be in. Each of them is a class that has its own code. And they borrow from stuff higher up. And sometimes they have to check across each other. But that there's no other way to do that simply. So there's just always, there's like so, and there's those states are at such different levels of thing. Like some of these states are just animations that play when conditions are met. Some of those states change what you can or can't do beyond that. Like in combat, once you go into combat, you're in a branch that doesn't let you move or jump. You can't jump out of combat. So if I attack, I can't attack and then jump, but I can move and then jump. So free control has walking and it has running, but running is not a thing that happens if you're in combat. So it's like access to certain states is only available from certain states down the tree, down the branch. So it's almost like making, like everything that the player can do, ledge grabbing, wall climbing, you know, rolling, combat, air combat, those are all almost like completely distinct player character controllers, you know, that the character becomes in those contexts. So like even this, like hanging is its own thing. And when you press right or left when you're hanging, it does a different thing than if you're pressing right or left when you're standing. So the idea of can jump, the reason why that's difficult to answer sometimes is that even jump means different things in different contexts. Like jump, when you wall jump, it's not the same as just jumping. A wall jump is a different kind of jump. They use similar animations, but like the code that runs is different because the height you're allowed to get and the angle you're allowed to go off at is different. So a normal wall jump is not touch sensitive. You'll always jump at the same height and the same trajectory because the level design depends on it. But normal jumping, you can tap the button and jump less than if you hold the button. So like can jump and then just playing the jump function is kind of like not, I don't know, the game is just, it's just got doing a lot of stuff that makes that a little bit hard to, you know, simplify. And it's true that like simpler would be better for managing the code for sure. But sometimes the design just calls for something that's a bit more articulated. And then you have to decide like, well, do I want to support this thing, this feature or not? And if I do want to support it, like what am I gonna do? You know, there's like thousands of lines of code that define what I want the player character to be able to do. And those can either live in like one script or a bunch of scripts or a state machine or an if else tree or whatever. But there's gonna be thousands of lines of code either way. All right, I think I gotta go. I mean, interruptible, yeah, it's possible to, I just find when you write blanket statements like that, what happens is the inside of that function is action interruptible would need to be, it starts getting bigger and bigger because all of the different dependencies, I mean, it depends. Is that a global function or is that a function that asks on a specific action that you have to implement for every, is it like an interface where you expect every thing that is an action to be able to answer that question, am I interruptible? I do that for can enter. So this should wall control is an example of it. I haven't standardized it, but like ledge control says can enter or should grab ledge, right? And it's unfortunate, but the only way that I can answer that question right now with a simple function like this is to then pick off every different like scenario. And some of these, you can see me doing it. Some of these are like quite context dependent. So I either do this check in the contexts or I do the check here. But either way, there's like a bunch of different contexts. it's messy, you know, either way. Because how do you know? Like if you have 12 things, you either split them up or you keep them together. And if they're all together, it's hard to read them. But if they're split up, it's hard to find them. So, you know, the hope is that like a good code, load balancing, I think just really comes down to like having empathy for the person who's going to be reading it, like you in the future, and saying, what information do you need to know about when you're reading this? And is the code that's here everything you need to know? Because if there's something that you can't see that's important to explaining how this works, it probably shouldn't live somewhere else. It should live here. But if there's too many things here that you need to read through and they're not all relevant, well, then some of that code should live somewhere else. It's just that complicated things, complex things often look complicated. But sometimes things are complex and they're as efficient as they can be. It's just that complexity feels complicated, you know? Insignia code breakdown. Hey, Panda. Yo, someone asked a question above. X to P says, hello, I want to make a 2D game and I have a question. Right now, I'm just on my own. I have an idea for a game I want to make. The problem I have is that I'm new to game design and I don't have the time to do all the design myself. What do you suggest? I suggest making your project smaller so that you can design all of it. That's what I would say. Because design is really hard. Design requires vision. So if you're making something and someone else is designing it, you got to make sure that they understand what it is you want them to make. Because otherwise the creative control over it is going to get a bit confusing. Like whose project is it that we're making? You know, if you're not doing the design, you have to at least communicate to them what you want it to be, that, you know, what they make. So if instead you just pick something smaller, then you probably could do all the design for that smaller project and get a bit more confidence. Otherwise, like, find a teammate, you know? If you have a friend who wants to make games too, or you want to join a community online of people who also are making games, then maybe you could jump onto somebody else's project or pick one together and start. It's just harder to do that with more people if you don't know them. No worries. All right, before I go, I really need to understand what I'm doing here. I guess I could just take everything that I've done and call this everything since, oh geez. Is it these 4 things? That's all I did today? What about this? Ah, there. Okay, so everything here. If I copy the commit info, I can paste it in here and call that 0.710. Ooh, one more thing I'll fix. I'm going to, in the title, hard code that 0710. It was using the version, which is, I think, the correct thing to do, but the version was getting eaten by this application.version was getting overwritten by itch.io. So I'm just going to have to hard code it every time. if I'm pushing to itch. Or I could save the text somewhere once and have it update the project settings on build. That would be smart. Oh well, I'll get to that later. All right. Well, I guess I gotta go to this event. There's more I want to do. I need to know, man, tomorrow, I don't think I can stream. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to film the trailer for the game based on what's there right now. Like the in-game footage. Jesus Christ. The in-game footage. I have to film all that and then get Adobe After Effects and composite the thing. And I need to build test Windows build. That's it, I guess. All right, pals. I hope we can get through this week. I'm so tired of working on this demo. I'm so tired of it. The polish phase is killing me. To think we have to do this for the rest of the game. Oh no. I gotta find, this is why you have to standardize everything. I have to. After this, the next Insignia thing that I'm doing is trying to find every edge case in the game and trying to define a standard for it. Like the parts of the game where a cutscene ends and it needs to fade to black and then open from black into a new scene, that needs to be standardized. The way that character NPCs walk around the scenes during cutscenes, that needs to be standardized. Quests and quest rewards needs to be standardized. It has to be. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's just keep. Where are we? We're on the 10th right now. This is not going to happen. Why do I put this here as if it's going to happen this week? Push milestone demo. That needs to happen. All right. I know, but it's like more systems. Like everything, this game needs to be so self-organizing. It needs to just be like the same way that like this system just works. More of it needs to be like that. Because if not, the QA period for this game is going to be more than a year. Guaranteed. If I can't literally just rock up into a scene and validate that everything in the scene is correct by pressing Control S, you know, and when I'm building cutscenes, everything just drops into place. If I can't do that, Do you know what the next thing I'm building is though? Oh man, I've got a list now. It is a generalized causality editor. So causality, you guys know what that is. That's how I do all of my flags in every scene. That system, the same system, needs to be used. Hey Eyes, welcome. Thanks for the sub. That same system, this system, where I track all of the references for quest flags, that needs to be there for items as well. I need to be able to go to an item definition, like Apple, and then find immediately everywhere in the game that Apple exists. That needs to be there, particularly because I need to traverse crafting designs and requirements and the outcomes for them. So it's like, if you get the design for an item here, where are the materials for the item? I need to be able to spot immediately, oh, okay, the material's here, and then this material's here, that material's there. So for the player to craft that, they need to go here, here, and here. If I can't do that, and I can't track which items appear where in the game, then we're screwed. So I'm pretty happy with a lot of what we've got. Like scene graph's amazing. So many of the tools are amazing. But even so, game dev is so hard. It's so hard. Something that works all the time is really hard to ascertain. Well, I mean, the thing is, you say that, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. There are so many things. If I use Unity, maybe, but I think a lot of the lessons here have to do with actually more like workflows. Like that causality editor, it's really clunky, but I think I know how I would build a better one that's more generic, that works across the game. It's basically search and instance management. Like, how do you track instances of an object serialized in a scene in a way that's not like on edit? Because right now the project is too big for me, like the way Unity's files work. And if I was building my own engine, this would be way easier. But the way Unity files work is you have to open them to edit them, right? You have to like enter a scene in order to check its contents. You can't just sweep the project's scenes. They're not readable in like a human readable way, or like a code editable way. And the game objects exist once you deserialize them by opening the scene. So if I want to sweep the entire scene to find something, I have to store a more traversable version and then synchronize it as I'm working. So that problem is one that, like, sure, I'm solving it now for Unity, but like it would be better if I had like an even more I don't know what the word is, more flexible system for that wasn't hard coded to work with quest flags. Because like the actual feature, the causality feature it's huge. You know, it's like the editor itself is 500 lines of code, but like the iFlag handler system and all the things that are flag handlers, there's like 50 scripts that kind of like subscribe to this interface. It's a bit ugly. Yeah. There is a scriptable object for each scene that saves all relevant data, Saravati. That's what I've got. You being funny. That's what scene meta is. So this thing, when I check the actual, the actual inspector, has all that data in it. Anyway, I better go. Thank you, pals. Hey, quick heads up for everybody watching on YouTube. I think we might have to stop YouTube streams. The streams do well, we get like 60 to 100 concurrent viewers, but man, the unsubscribes are crazy. We might have to do like a second channel for the streams. It's too obstructive. It takes away too much from the YouTube channel. So we're going to have to figure it out. I don't know when I'll do it, but I might have to just stop streaming. I might do like a final stream, or like streams have been moved or something like that. Just because it's like 100 people unsubscribe every day when I'm streaming. It's 5:39 p.m. Let's raid Booyah. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, you should wishlist Insignia. That is like a must. And try out the alpha. I would be very honored if you were to do that for me. That's the stream. I'll see you all probably Thursday. So 2 days from now. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.